Here we go. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, good morning, everybody. This is Chair Michelle Espinosa, and I'm calling the Real Estate Commission meeting to order today, February 4th, 2025. Director Waters, can we get roll call, please?
Autumn Rubal.
I'm here.
Renee Line.
Here.
Michelle Espinosa.
Here.
Erica Doyle.
Here.
Erica Sanders.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Wonderful. David, really quick, if you would like to address the attendees.
Thank you. Members of the public that are licensees of the Colorado Real Estate Commission, I'm going to be posting a poll that if you are seeking continuing education credit for today's meeting, provided that it meets all the requirements of time and that your attendance also is verified post-meeting, we will issue a certificate of completion for continuing education credits. So anyone that is interested, please complete that poll. I'll leave it up for a few moments here, and of course, if anyone has is unable to complete that poll or joins us a little bit later, please feel free to reach out to the division directly, and we'll assess your attendance. So, with that, Person Espinosa, thank you very much, and I'll hand it back to you.
Great, thank you. May I get a motion to approve the December 3rd, 2024 Real Estate Commission meeting minutes?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Public presentation of issues not on today's meeting agenda.
Commissioners, this is David Donnelly again. If anyone from the public would like to speak, please select the raise hand icon at the bottom of your screen. And commissioners, we already have one individual who has raised their hand. So Anthony, I have unmuted you and or asked you to unmute. So if you can go ahead, you have 3 minutes to speak with to address the commission.
My apologies, that was by accident.
Oh, very good. Well, nevertheless, thank you very much. Commissioners, we have another individual, Karen. I have asked you to unmute, and again, 3 minutes. Thank you.
My only question was the poll that you left up. I was filling it out for the CE, and it went away before I could hit submit. That's all.
I will reach out to you. Thank you for letting me know, and I'll get that information to you. Okay. Thank you. And how about Matthew, who has raised their hand?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks for taking my question. I just was curious. I have concerns about how the exclusive right to sell listing contract has been updated. Obviously, it was updated, or it seems to be updated mainly due to the antitrust lawsuits and everything. So specifically referring to Section 7. And it seems the way that I read it is that it kind of forces listing agents or sellers to enter a buyer broker compensation amount in Section 7112. Because if it's left blank, obviously the contract then defaults to taking compensation from that, from the seller broker's compensation or the listing broker's compensation, if the buyer negotiates for the seller or seller's broker to pay for their agent's compensation in the purchase contract. So effectively, it seems like it's going back to fixing buyer broker compensation into the deal unless the listing agent creates custom verbiage and additional provisions to secure, the full compensation when no buyer broker compensation is offered. So, or, alternatively, brokers could list a compensation high enough to be split in, 711, intending to share a portion of that with a buyer broker if negotiated. However, this creates a scenario where the listing agent could still collect the full amount, even if no buyer broker is involved, which I have seen happen already. Or if the buyer, pays directly, pays their agent directly. So this ends up leaving the seller potentially overpaying their agent, which raises pretty serious ethical concerns, at least the way I see it. And then kind of part two was last year I took the employing broker CE class, and it specifically stated that DORA does not handle ethical complaints and instead refers them to National Association of Realtors, or NAR, which I kind of find troubling given the serious ethical concerns raised about NAR in the recent, not so distant past. So I was just hoping to get some clarification on how the contract changes address the actual issues that have been raised for the recent antitrust lawsuits, and if DORA plans to implement or consider changes to ensure business practices that are, better safeguarding consumers in these scenarios.
Thank you, Matthew. Marcia, would you like to comment to that or give some direction?
So I don't think that the listing contract requires the seller to still pay the buyer's broker. But with your concerns, I mean, we're looking at those listing contracts again this year. So we'll just reevaluate that language to make sure that that's not the case, and also make sure that sellers are not in the situation where they're having to overpay commissions, even if it's just to their broker. As far as the ethics violations are concerned, the commission doesn't have jurisdiction over ethical complaints. So unless that's something that is modified during the sunset review, we don't have the jurisdiction to enforce ethical violations. I can understand the concerns with making referrals over to the Association of Realtors. The other concern is that the Association of Realtors only has a fraction of our licensee pool as their membership, so it wouldn't apply to non-realtors. So we can definitely look. I would say that most of the time in reviewing the complaints, though, with the issues that we see, we are not making, like, I can't think of a time that we referred an incoming complaint and referred it to the realtors. Typically, those referrals are going to the Office of the Attorney General because they pertain to different kind of property management sort of issues, or we'll refer people to DOLA, but I can't think of a time that we have referred somebody to CAR at this point.
Okay, thank you. As far as I know I'm pretty sure there's like a forms committee. Is there anything you would recommend as far as having some sort of involvement or being able to speak to kind of my experiences or kind of my input on the forms? Because yeah, I do know, like, obviously no one is forced to enter an amount, but the way the system operates, people do feel pretty obligated to have something entered.
Matthew, you are more than welcome to email me
Okay.
your comments, because we've also kind of changed how the forms committee works. So the drafting is happening in-house, with the forms committee just kind of vetting proposed changes, and then also looking at the contracts once the changes have been made. So if you want to send me your suggestions, you can do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. David, do we have anybody else? You're muted, David.
I apologize. Yes, we have two more individuals that have raised hands at the current time. Stacy, I have asked you to unmute, and so you should be able to speak to and address the commission.
Hello, thank you so much. I just had the same issue as that Karen had. So
very good.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you.
Down. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Patrick, you should be available to unmute yourself, Patrick.
I keep trying. I can't.
There we
seem
go.
to-
We got you now, sir.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. I just have a really quick question. I'm with HOA Reform Leaders National Group. We're an organization working on improving the homeowner homeowner protections in the laws. And one of our members had suggested I attend this meeting, and I was just curious if this is a group that would be appropriate to talk to about that, and if so, how would I set up a way to do that?
Marcia, does the HOA have their own committee?
They don't. Patrick, if you want to, you can reach out to me. And then if it's something where like you want to present something to the real estate commission, we can get you on their next meeting agenda, or I can kind of find the appropriate avenue to hopefully help you with whatever you need.
Okay, that would be great. How do I, do you have a number I can call you, or do I email you? What's best?
So my email is marcia.waters@state.co.us.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, a few more here. Ray, I have asked you to unmute, so you should be able to speak to the commission.
Okay, I joined 1 minute late. The poll was down. So I would like to continue to get CE credit for this.
Gotcha, sir. Not a problem at all.
All right, thank you.
Aubrey, in a moment here, I've asked Aubrey to unmute herself.
Hi, I was looking for a way to text in this comment because so many people have raised it, but I was also filling out the poll, and after I filled out my name, it went away. So, yep. Thank
Not a
you.
problem at all, Aubrey. I got you down, and we have one more. Joanna G, I have asked to unmute you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I was calling in with a question about, well, I guess the clarity over for course providers advertising of education offerings as they're nearing their expiration date. I guess I'm kind of wondering for more clarity around that. We've had a couple of scenarios where there are courses that have approvals, and as they're nearing the approval end date, kind of how to manage that in the interim for renewals for like e-learning providers where it's an online course. And there's stable offerings, but then as the approval's ending, kind of just wondering about the clarity there, because I know there are rules about advertising courses that haven't been approved yet, but then there's kind of that weird window within the renewal of courses that have been offered previously, if that makes sense. So I just want to get clarity on that to figure out, make sure that we are compliant in the area.
Marcia, would you like to take that one as well?
I can definitely look into it and see what we need to do to add to the rules about advertising those classes.
Thank you.
Commissioners, a few more hands have popped up here. Aaron R, I've asked you to unmute.
It sounds like we're doing raising our hand for credit. So Aaron Rose for credit, please.
Gotcha. All right.
It sounds like a lot of people have been attending the ACU this year.
Yes.
That is in the ACU this year that they get credit if they attend a meeting. So
good morning, all. This is Adon Alvarez, also raising my hand for credit.
All right.
Appreciate you hosting this morning. I had a question about advertising or publicizing commissions and splits. I know that there's several ways to work around, and we as agents are doing a better job of communicating with each other, actually picking up the phone and asking for that information. But is there going to be, or is there talk about any more acute or succinct place where that information is going to be available so that the progress of deals or negotiations can move forward faster?
Madam Chair, would you like me to answer this?
Please, yes.
We have not anticipated making any changes to the advertising rule about advertising cooperating commissions. If you have a suggestion, you can email that to me and we'll consider it, but this is kind of one of those touchy areas where we have to be mindful of Department of Justice regulations, and then the fact that the settlement that was reached last year with the Association of Realtors impacts some of our licensees, although not all of them. So, Aiden, if you want to submit suggestions to me, you are more than welcome to do that.
Would you share your email address, please?
It's marcia.waters@state.co.us.
I'm sorry, one more time. I apologize.
That's okay. It's marcia.waters@state.co.us.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, we have two more hands remaining at the current time. Amber C, I have asked you to unmute.
Hello, my name is Amber, just raising my hands for the CEs.
Gotcha. Thank you, Amber. And then that actually the remain Corey.
Yep, just raising my hand, CE as well. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Amy S.
Okay, Matt, you there?
Yes, I'm raising my hand for CEs as well.
All right.
David, is it possible to put the poll back up at some point
Yes.
later in the meeting, maybe?
Thing
Let's
to do.
just split up this meeting thing. Yeah, see what is yours doing? Which comps did you?
Adon, I'm not.
Oh, you did. Okay, I didn't use that one.
Or is it Corey that's speaking here? So, and we spoke with Amber, Alexandra B.
I'm sorry, I'm just requesting CE as well. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. With that, commissioners, we have addressed all of the hands, and I will hand it, the microphone back to you all to proceed with the meeting.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we are moving on to hearing matters. We will now take up hearing matter case number RC-2023-0013, Colorado Real Estate Commission petitioner versus sites EA 100011732 respondent. Oral arguments are scheduled to be heard today on respondents' exceptions to the initial decision. We do have Commissioner Doyle and Commissioner Lind are recusing for this hearing. So if you could please do what is necessary to leave the meeting at this time. And David, I think we still have a couple more people unmuted. We've got an Amy who's unmuted. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Present to assist the commission in reaching a final agency order are Melissa Phipps, Senior Advisor, and Sue Kim and Lauren Davison, Assistant Attorney Generals as adjudicatory counsel. I believe we checked their audio earlier for if that was working. The commission has the opportunity to review the initial decision issued by the administrative law judge following a hearing. Exceptions to the initial decision have been filed by respondent, which the commission has reviewed along with petitioner's response. The parties have been informed that oral arguments will proceed today, beginning at 9 a.m. Each party will have 10 minutes to present arguments. Then the commission will deliberate on whether to adopt, modify, or otherwise act on the initial decision and proceed to a final agency order and final discipline, if any. We may table the case as needed to take the matter under advisement. We will proceed without executive session in this case today. We may direct our counsel to provide legal advice if needed. We're going to go on to oral arguments. David, if you could please confirm that we have audio and video for the petitioner and the respondent.
Yes. Attorney May, I have unmuted you and allowed you to turn on your video here. If you could just quickly test that for us to make sure that we can hear you well.
Good morning, everyone. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, indeed. Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Irina and Gina, could we once again just confirm for audio and video on you? I think we should be all set, though.
David, I'll be doing it today.
Very good. Thank you.
Can you hear me
Ms.
okay?
Yes, thank you. And with us is Sue Kim as well. Could we just quickly hear if you need anything?
Good morning.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great.
Councilors, as Commissioner Espinosa indicated, I believe you have 10 minutes for oral arguments. I will, at the beginning of your arguments, I will initiate a 10-minute countdown timer, which will appear on your screens as well as the general public's. And that will remain green until 30 seconds, at which point it will turn orange. And then I believe at 15 seconds, you will turn to red, and then I will receive a brief alarm note at 0 seconds remaining, and we'll ask you to complete your final thoughts then at that point. So with that, I will pass it back to Chairperson Espinosa and let you proceed.
Thank you, David. All right, I will now ask for each party to identify themselves. Appearance for the petitioner, please.
Gina Canan.
Good morning.
Oh, I think I'm the petitioner, Jordan.
Yeah.
Gina Canan for the Attorney General's Office and the Real Estate Commission.
Thank you. Appearance for the respondent, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jordan May, Counsel for Eugene Sites.
Thank you. Right, let's proceed with oral argument. Parties, please note that the commission members have had an opportunity to review the initial decision, exemptions, response, and the administrative record. Please recall no new or additional evidence may be offered or considered. I will call the respondent first, followed by petitioner. Questioning by commission members will not count against your 10 minutes. My fellow commissioners, it is important for each of us to understand the position of each party as presented in written exemptions and response, and as presented in today's oral arguments. I will call for commissioner questions before each party rests from its argument. I will ask the commissioners to please focus your questions on what is necessary for the commission to reach a decision. As chair, I may make necessary and proper limitations to commissioner questions. For respondent, please proceed with your argument.
Good morning, Commissioners. First and foremost, thank you for hearing us today. I will not be rehashing or reading from our exceptions pleading. The commissioners, I know, have read that. Instead, I want to make a very brief introduction and then simply raise 3 points that I'd ask the commissioners to focus on. And of course, I welcome any questions the commission may have in seeking clarification. So, commissioners, if I may simply be candid here, the model that we're talking about, what we refer to here as the exclusive tenant listing contract or ETL model, was an experiment. It was an experiment that started right as COVID hit the state of Colorado, the country, and specifically this market, Grand Junction. When COVID hit, and in the subsequent months that followed, the Grand Junction market experienced a dramatic influx of tenant applicants. These were people looking to move to Grand Junction and seeking some form of affordable housing. The experiment, which is the ETL model, the model representing these tenant applicants, was designed to accommodate this increase in demand, and it was optional. It was simply a tool that tenants could use to try to lease a unit. We saw that the model was uniform in that it included, in every case where the tenant opted into the model, an exclusive tenant listing contract signed by the tenant, laying out the terms of representation, the brokerage disclosure to tenant form, and then as well as a letter of intent to lease, which was completed. These documents were completed by Mr. Seitz. The records show that 166 some odd tenants availed themselves of this model and then successfully leased a unit. And in those cases where a tenant successfully leased a unit, a leasing fee, a tenant side leasing fee was paid. Now, I'm not going to pretend here that there were not problems with the model. There were problems with the model. As Judge Hoogerheide noted in her initial decision, she clearly did not like the model. She did not like specific features of the model. But it is fair to say that the model was an experiment. It was an effort to try to accommodate demand. An important feature of this also is that this case is not based on any complaints by consumers. In other words, none of these 166 tenants or any tenants who opted out of the model and leased directly from the property manager filed complaints against Mr. Seitz, or even raised complaints with the Real Estate Commission by calling the division and talking about the model. Instead, this case arose from an audit of Mr. Seitz and a following investigation. In the pleadings, in our exceptions pleadings, we've raised certain factual findings that we dispute. In other words, our contention was that Judge Hoogerheide, in her factual findings, made some errors and found certain facts, specifically those identified in paragraphs 40 and 41, that weren't supported by the weight of evidence. And I'm not going to rehash those here. I'm simply asking the commissioners to evaluate our pleadings and the evidence and determine if those factual findings are appropriate. Instead, what I want to point out is the absence from Judge Hoogerheide's decision of any analysis about Rule 6.8. Rule 6.8 is a rule that we call the ministerial tasks rule. So Rule 6.8 is a list, it's a laundry list of all the things a real estate broker acting as an agent for one side can do for the other side. We see the ministerial tasks rule in buy-sell transactions all the time in the context of, for example, a for sale by owner where there's a buyer's agent. Well, in these cases, in the property management world, oftentimes we see a property manager who is an agent for a landlord interacting with a tenant applicant who is unrepresented by a real estate broker. And in those cases, Rule 6.8 lays out a laundry list of activities that property manager, who is an agent for the owner, can perform for the tenant applicant. What's really important about that rule is that the rule does not place a duty. It does not place a duty on a landlord's agent to perform those tasks. The rule specifically says the landlord agent may perform those tasks. So for example, in a specific case where, for example, a unit is available for rent and 5 or 6 applicants submit not fully complete applications for that unit, the landlord's agent does not have a specific duty to assist those tenant applicants with their applications. Maybe they can assist one. As long as that landlord agent is acting consistent with the interests of their client, that's fine. The rule says may. But what happened here was a little bit different. Mr. Seitz was performing the role of a tenant agent and specifically utilizing a letter of intent. And that was by design. That was by design. The purpose there, using a letter of intent from the tenant agent side, was to trigger a formal duty on the part of the property manager representing the seller, the owner, to evaluate that proposal, that offer to lease the unit. And so in a competitive marketplace, in some instances, these tenant applicants gained an advantage by using a tenant agent. Not in every case, but in some cases they did. The analysis of Rule 6.8 just didn't make its way into the decision. It's just omitted. And we don't know why, but it's an important feature of the case that we are asking the commissioners to consider. So that's point one. Point two, dishonest dealing. Now, dishonest dealing is a statutory violation that the commission has authority to discipline a broker over. So where a real estate broker engages in some form of dishonest dealing, that can be a license law violation for which you all as the commissioners can impose discipline. The problem that we see with dishonest dealing is that it's undefined. Other than the term dishonest dealing, we don't really know what it means. And that's fundamentally unfair. So one of the reasons that I point that out here in this case is that there is no direct evidence in this case that Mr. Seitz engaged in dishonest dealing. So that is to say that Mr. Seitz never admitted any dishonest dealing. There was no evidence of any correspondence where Mr. Seitz, for example, said, hey, I pulled the wool over the eyes of one of these tenant applicants. There's no colleague that said, oh, Mr. Seitz and I talked about it and we designed this program to be dishonest. Instead, Judge Hoogerheide effectively said, well, I am going to sidestep the issue of whether we need to understand Mr. Seitz's intent. I'm going to infer that maybe there was dishonest dealing here, and that's just sufficient. And my plea to you all is to reconsider what is required to prove dishonest dealing. We know from other regulated professions here in Colorado, specifically lawyers, right? Lawyers are regulated by the state of Colorado by Attorney Regulation Council. The Colorado Court of Appeals has decided, yeah, it requires scienter or intent, bad intent on the part of the actor to impose discipline on someone for the equivalent of dishonest dealing. So it's critical that the marketplace and the industry know definitively what dishonest dealing is. It's fundamentally bad policy if it's vague, and it's vague now. The reason that it's fundamentally bad policy is that it has a chilling effect. So for example, when a client of mine comes to me and says, hey, I have an idea for a new model, I think this could actually satisfy consumers and help them. How much risk is there? I have to say, we don't know, because the commission or an administrative law judge could simply infer dishonest dealing. We don't know what it actually means. What we are proposing is that the commission adopt the same exact definition of dishonest dealing that the Attorney Regulation Council has adopted, that it requires dishonest intent, that someone's mind state must fundamentally be to achieve a dishonest outcome. So we understand the commission's obligations to protect consumers, but the commission must also provide clarity to the industry over what dishonest dealing is, and we don't have that right now. We don't have that right now. The last point I'll make, commissioners, is that when you last had this case, when the commission first considered what I term the probable cause phase of this case, there were many violations proposed, many potential violations. So for example, we saw violations of proposed violations of, or I should say possible violations of Rule 6.1, possible violations of the Conflict of Interest Rule 6.17, and then the other allegations that we saw here in Judge Hoogerheide's decision. The complexion of the case changed dramatically since you saw it last. One of the key things here is that, I'm sorry.
Mr. May, time is allotted, so please wrap up. Thank you.
I'll wrap up. I will complete in one sentence. The two charges I just mentioned, 6.1 and 6.17, were dropped. Those were dropped. And so the case has a different complexion now since when you last saw it. And we simply ask that you reconsider what discipline is appropriate given that those claims were dropped by the prosecution. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Ms. Kanan? Or does the commission have questions at this point? Doesn't sound so. So Ms. Kanan, feel free to proceed when you're ready.
Thanks, David. Good morning, commissioners. I'll first address respondents' exceptions to the findings of fact and then to the conclusion of law, noting that respondents challenging only count 3, the dishonest dealing charge. But I'll also note respondents' most recent argument, since it's probably fresh in your minds, is that the commission dropped a couple charges, minor charges, at the beginning of hearing, focusing on the more egregious charges. And the commission actually proved more charges at hearing, as in multiple counts of counts 1. So his argument that discipline should be lessened when the commission's proven additional counts simply doesn't hold water. And the ALJ recommended discipline based on the counts that were proven at hearing. There's different standards that apply to overturn findings of fact as opposed to conclusions of law. And respondents' exceptions to the findings of fact and the story he told today are essentially seeking to relitigate this case. He's telling the same story he told at hearing, a story that the ALJ rejected. His story is this was a legitimate business model. It was an experiment. He even names it an ETL model today to try to lend it legitimacy. But not only was it not legitimate, it wasn't legal. Respondents claim that it was optional today, also false. Respondents claim that tenants could opt out, also false. The facts proven at hearing showed that tenants did not believe they could opt out. Respondent had the chance at hearing to present evidence in support of this narrative, and he just didn't do it. That time has passed. He can't relitigate those cases before the commission today. And I want to be very clear that the story he told on pages 1 to 3 of his exceptions is not consistent with the facts proven at hearing. We went to great lengths in our response to the exceptions to provide all the citations to the record that support the commission's story and the facts proven by the commission at hearing, and respondent didn't provide any citations in his narrative. He would have had to challenge substantially more of the ALJ's factual findings in order for the commission to accept the story that he told today. In the past, respondent has evaded revocation by filing exceptions and appeals and litigating everything to the bitter end, convincing the commission on remand that it shouldn't impose revocation, even though it could have. And that leniency is simply not warranted this time around. You have a 43-page initial decision, well-documented factual findings, cumulative factual findings, more than you need, and exceptions that are based on credibility determinations. Credibility determinations are essentially the fact finder, the ALJ's determinations about who to believe. And that is something that the commission can't second guess under existing law. The standard to overturn a factual finding is the commission would have to find it's contrary to the weight of the evidence. What that means is a party challenging a factual finding can't merely cite to a contrary fact in the record because they're about the weight of the evidence. Respondent can say, well, here's 1 ounce of evidence that's contrary to the ALJ's factual finding and cite to his own testimony. That's what he's doing here. But the truth is there's a pound of other evidence that the ALJ relied on in reaching that factual finding. Unless the commission wants to get out the scale and try to find 15 other ounces of evidence in respondent's favor, then respondent doesn't meet the standard to overturn that factual finding. Merely citing a contrary fact in the record doesn't entitle respondent to a different factual finding. The facts found credible by the ALJ were these. Respondent owned a 1/3 interest in a property management firm. His firm took on a large book of business, specifically hundreds of lease-only transactions, and respondent's co-owner, who took over the landlord representation role, was overwhelmed. Respondent testified in his deposition that he created this tenant agency model to help out his brokerage. Respondent directed his staff to divert tenant applications to him. Numerous factual findings support that, and the citation to all those findings is on pages 9 to 10 of our response. Then, respondent would send those tenants documents to sign in order to move forward on the apartment, including a tenant representation agreement obligating them to pay hundreds of dollars more in fines or in fees. Only when respondent received the signed representation agreement would he forward their application to the landlord's agent. As the ALJ recognized, respondent essentially created a hurdle for tenants to get their applications in front of the landlord and then made them pay him to get over that hurdle. Even worse, those fees ended up being junk fees. The tenant representation agreements weren't worth the paper they were written on. Every single tenant testified that respondent failed to provide any agency services, and respondent doesn't even bother to challenge that legal conclusion because it's so obvious. There were essentially two layers of wrongdoing: the dishonest and deceitful business practice and the lack of providing the minimum agency services required of him. This wasn't a novel business model. It was predatory. And the fact that respondent took advantage of people to whom he owed an agency duty made it even worse. He argued at hearing that it was okay to be predatory up until the point that he entered into the agency agreement because he didn't owe tenants agency duties until they signed the agency agreement. Unsurprisingly, the ALJ did not buy that argument, and you shouldn't either. I want to turn to the legal determinations that respondent challenges today. The standard to set aside a legal determination is if the commission has a reasonable basis in law, it can set aside the ALJ's conclusion of law. The problem is respondent doesn't present a reasonable basis in law today. I'll briefly address respondent's argument that Rule 6.H changed the outcome of that case. All that rule says is a landlord's agent may assist customers. I think respondent's argument is Rule 6.8 doesn't require landlord's agents to assist customers. Therefore, respondent was providing some value added by processing their applications. And I want to be clear that whether respondent provided some value added in some small way is really not the question underlying any of the charges. It's just not relevant. Section 1210-404 of the Colorado Revised Statutes does impose a requirement on landlord's agents to present all offers to the landlord. And there's plenty of testimony at hearing that applications constitute offers, both from the tenants themselves and from the commission's expert witness. Tenants were already paying an application fee for the landlord to process their applications. They were already paying the landlord's fees. They weren't sitting around applying for apartments for fun, paying these fees. These are like low-income tenants. They didn't have extra money to submit applications for fun. Respondents argues that the landlord's agent didn't have to draft letters of intent under Rule 6.8, but that's a non sequitur. That argument depends on the false premise that a letter of intent is necessary to rent an apartment. It isn't. Nor is respondent's drafting of one really relevant to the charges that were proven at hearing. The ALJ considered and rejected respondent's argument that his drafting of a letter of intent somehow obviated his dishonest dealing or his failure to provide the minimum services. It's just not that relevant. Respondent claims that dishonest dealing isn't defined in statute, and that's true. It's not defined in your statute, but it is defined in case law. And the ALJ discussed that case law. It's well discussed in the ALJ's decision. And in fact, her legal conclusion went above and beyond what is required by the law, because she found intent to commit dishonest dealing, and nothing in your statute or the case law requires a finding of intent. The question is just, was the conduct dishonest? The best evidence of dishonest dealing is a broker's actions, not their thoughts. As a licensing body, you care about what people do, not what they think. And you shouldn't be imposing a higher burden on yourselves than the law imposes. When this case may be relatively easy to show dishonest intent, there's plenty of evidence. It's well documented in our exceptions, all the evidence of respondent's intent, but it may not be so easy in the next case. Respondent argues that the commission should adopt the standard that is applicable to lawyers. I would argue that standard does not require malintent. The case law discussing that is in our response to the exceptions. In short, there's overwhelming evidence in the record that respondent's conduct was dishonest, and there is no basis to set aside that legal conclusion. Finally, even though respondent doesn't really argue for different discipline, the discipline in this case is extraordinarily reasonable. As the ALJ explicitly found, respondent has had multiple disciplinary actions, and this commission has given him many chances to practice within the bounds of the licensing law. The commission routinely imposes revocation and thousands of dollars in fines for violations related to a single transaction. Here, there were 166 transactions, tens of thousands of dollars in ill-gotten gains that respondent undisputedly did not provide the minimum services for. He did not earn that money. He never gave it back. And you have a respondent with a demonstrated history of an inability to be regulated. This is an extremely reasonable sanction, and it's an easy case to defend on appeal. Any questions? I'm not hearing any questions, David.
I'm not seeing anyone.
That's because I was muted. I'm so sorry. I'm talking to myself.
Oh no.
I saw Commissioner Sanders shaking her head that no, she did not have any questions. Commissioner Roble, did you have any questions? No.
I was muted as well. No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, parties in council. This concludes oral arguments. We're going to move on to discussion and deliberation. So I invite commissioners to discuss this matter. Would any commissioner like to open the discussion?
Good morning. I'll go ahead and open. Thank you both for the providing us, commentary on the case. After hearing the testimony, and I do understand the model being experimental. My thought is it doesn't justify a model that violates license law, even if it is experimental. I understand that, but we still have to practice within license law. And I do think that the ALJ was able, to justify that there was a violation there. So that's kind of my commentary in regard to that. Does anyone else have any thoughts on maybe that argument?
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate you being the first to come forward and open this discussion. Commissioner Roble, do you have any comments or questions on what you thought of or what you're thinking now of this case?
I don't think I have any questions per se. I mean, there was a lot of information to dig through when going through the entire background of this case. It was nice to hear both sides. This is my first process going through, so I'm not quite sure what the MO is. Like, are we just discussing? I know we have a couple of commissioners that have recused themselves. So, I mean, ultimately, normally we would go into executive session on this and have a private conversation. So I'm just looking for a little guidance.
Well, I think my understanding is we are kind of acting as the judge at this point, if I'm explaining that simply and correctly. And so I went into, after reviewing all of the documentation, I came into this hearing really wanting to hear testimony on both sides, but then also wanting to hear evidence sufficient enough, I guess, to overturn what a judge has already decided. For me, I don't know that and we'll see in discussion if that changes, but I didn't pick up on any particular item that makes me feel that it was sufficient enough to overturn what the judge decided.
And I would agree with that statement.
Yeah, and so you're correct, Erica. So we're kind of final say. That's what we're doing here. So we've got a couple options. One is to accept the ALJ's findings and discipline recommendation or findings. We can modify those. So those are our choices. So it's kind of the same as we do with all of our other matters. It's just the exceptions we get to hear from both sides on this that we normally don't get to hear, and it's already been through a lot of processes before it comes back to us again. So I agree. I think there was a lot of fact finding, and I haven't heard anything today to make me think that the ALJ was incorrect in their decision. And it kind of sounds like maybe the three of us are on the same page, and yes, we can't go into executive session. If we need to get some clarification from council, we can table the issue and have them do a memo. Unfortunately, we would not be able to take this matter specifically ever into executive session because we need 4. and those commissioners still would have to recuse. So unless we have a legal question for council, would be the only reason we would need executive session. So I guess at this point, we just need to decide whether or not we want to modify, accept, or table it to have legal counsel draft a memo on any questions that we may have on legalities. So,
I mean, for me personally, I would move to recommend the ALJ's initial decision and support that.
okay.
But open to discussion if you guys would like to talk about either the fines or the public censure or even the revocation.
Well,
So,
go ahead.
let
Go
me-
ahead. I'm sorry.
If I could just read what the ALJ, what the initial decision was from the ALJ, just to make sure we're all on the same page, and then we can discuss. What they recommended for discipline was public censure, a $10,000 administrative fine plus mandatory surcharge. And then they asked, they found revoke respondent's license. So that's really what we're looking at for discipline here. Is anybody thinking that they would like to see a different discipline on this case?
I'm just taking a moment to review a few of the items that were presented today on my notes. So give me just, if I'm silent, just give me a second to kind of read through this again. I mean, really, to me, the only thing that was a question was, but I don't know that it really is, was the argument regarding dishonest dealing and that it's somewhat undefined. But I don't know that I agree that that it should be based on intent, because I'm reading too. I don't know. I don't know that I completely, I understand the point. I don't know if I completely subscribe to that point, but I kind of get where they're coming from, that it wasn't his intent, harmed. And I think a lot of times in many industries, there's not an intent, but people are harmed in some sort of way. In this case, I think also the argument is that people, although they were harmed, there were a lot of people that were helped, I guess, is the argument, due to the climate. And so I guess to me, the only thing in question would be revocation versus, I don't know what the alternative was, suspension maybe. But I think everything else is pretty fair. And I think that may even be fair, to be honest. I would maybe like to have some discussion with, or your thoughts with regard to that piece.
Regarding the revocation?
Yeah. I mean, I think the public censure makes sense. I think the administrative fees make sense. Revocation actually may make sense, but I think that may be an area of discussion from my viewpoint. What do you guys think?
Right. Autumn, what are your thoughts on revocation?
You know, like I said, I'd gone through this case several times, just trying to reread it with different days, different light, different perspective. And well, I agree that people were helped. I mean, there were probably people definitely hurt through this process as well. There's a lot of vetting that was really through his hands and his lens and his eyes. Just through the evidence that was established, I do really feel that interest and profits was put above tenants. And considering the background of this and how many times it's gone back and forth, like I said, I would agree to support the revocation.
Okay.
And I also think there was a duty to know your representation and how you're representing individuals. And I don't believe that that was communicated. And I do think it caused a lot of confusion. And I do think that there was, the waters were muddied, I guess, so to speak, in regard to that. I don't think that a lot of those tenants were aware that they weren't dealing with the management company in cases. And I don't think that the services were provided as a, you know, tenant agent. Those services
That's a very
were
good
not
point.
provided. Yeah. And so the other thing is the history of, this is a kind of a repetitive thing. Not this in particular, but just coming before the commission. Sounds like this isn't the first time. And so
Prior discipline, is that what you're referring to?
yeah, exactly. Thank you. And so that's something that, you know, has to be considered too. If the individual can't be regulated, should they maintain their license? So Michelle, what were your thoughts on the revocation?
You know, it's not something we do lightly, taking someone's license. And I feel like, you know, this case is a few years old as far as being in front of the commission. It's been through a lot of hands. A lot of hard work has gone on both sides to prove this case. And unfortunately, I don't think today has proved anything to change my mind about that revocation. And it's not something we do lightly. We never want to take away somebody's livelihood. But I did not see anything today to reverse that thought that revocation is necessary for this individual. So, I mean, I am on the page to adopt the initial decision. So that's where I stand, and I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but it kind of sounds like that's where the three of us kind of land on this.
Yeah, I agree. And I definitely wanted to have that discussion and get everyone's viewpoint. And I do think that we are all on the same page, and I'm comfortable making the motion.
Okay. All right. Do you have the verbiage to adopt to make that motion? Okay. Go right ahead.
Well, before I do, any other commentary, Autumn, or anything else that we need to discuss before I make the motion?
I don't think so.
Okay. I move to adopt the initial decision in its entirety, including the finding of fact, conclusions of law, and the order discipline as recommended, $10,000 administrative fine plus mandatory surcharges, which is CRS 24-241082, for a total of $11,500, public censor, and revoke respondent's license.
A second, if that was done correctly.
Okay. I know it's weird with only three of us.
Any discussion?
No discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion to adopt the initial decision. We do need to also give written commission order. So we can either have a motion to direct, I don't know why I always mess up this word, adjudicatory council to draft a final agency order reflecting the commission determinations and to delegate authority to either myself or a different chair member or senior advisor, Melissa Phipps, to sign the order on behalf of the commission. Or we can have them draft the final agency order for commission review and sign at a future meeting.
Seems to me like we would do,
I mean, yeah, I'm fine with the delegation.
Okay.
Autumn, are you okay with delegating that authority?
I am okay.
All right, so I move to direct council to draft a final agency order reflecting the commission's determinations and delegate authority to senior advisor Melissa Phipps to sign the order on behalf of the commission.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, in conclusion, a final order reflecting the commission's decision will issue in due course. A copy will be mailed to the parties by commission staff. And that is going to conclude our hearing. Thank you, everybody, for your participation in that.
Thank you. I will excuse myself at this time if there's nothing else.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think we are ready to move back into regular order of business. So if we could invite our commissioners back in.
Michelle, could I request a 10-minute break?
Absolutely.
Lovely.
Let's do 10:15. Let's just round it to 10:15. It gives the other commissioners time to get back and we can regroup.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Had too much coffee this morning.
No worries. Thank you. right, looks like we have everybody back. We are going to now move back on to order business policy matters.
So commissioners, today we have Saheb Singh with the Colorado Office of Policy Research and Regulatory Reform. The acronym is COPPER. He's here to present to you about your sunset review. So I will turn it over to him.
Welcome.
Hi, Marcia. Thank you, members of the commission and everyone of the in attendance in the public. My name is Saheb Singh with the Colorado Office of Policy Research and Regulatory Reform. I just want to take about 5 minutes of your time to talk about the sunset review. So just give me one moment and I'll start sharing my screen. I have, give me a second. I apologize. It's saying I can't share my screen. Let's see.
One moment, Sahib. This is David Donnelly. I'm looking to make sure that your permissions are set properly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I've upgraded your permissions now, so I believe if you can try to share one more time here, should work for you.
Thank you. Yep, looks like it's working. Before I continue, can you all see this PowerPoint?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay. So again, my name is Saheb Singh with the Colorado Office of Policy Research Regulatory Reform. Our acronym, if you will, is COPPER. I wanted to just briefly explain what is exactly happening. So, I have a quick who, what, where, when, how, why here for everyone. So starting with who, basically the Department of Real Estate, including the commission, is under sunset review. There are a couple exceptions here. The HOA Info Center and the section of the act regarding mortgage loan originators is not included under this sunset. Those have their own separate sunsets. That does not mean that they are irrelevant to the sunset review. I just wanted to make a distinction that they have their own separate sunsets. However, the Department of Real Estate and the commission is under sunset review. What exactly is a sunset review? It's a regulatory review of a state program. It examines whether the program is necessary, should be continued, modified, or repealed. So COPPER conducts all the sunset reviews in the state, and we make recommendations to the General Assembly. A question I often get is why do sunset reviews take place? It's a tool to help the General Assembly periodically review programs throughout the state, and again, determine if any changes need to be made. That can include improvements to the program or looking at whether the program should continue at all. But it's an opportunity to open up the law and look at ways to make changes to the program. The General Assembly sets the sunset schedule and is the ultimate decision maker. So our office, while we do conduct a sunset review, we only make recommendations. Keep in mind, it's the state legislators that make the ultimate decision about whether the program will sunset and whether those changes should be made. Some more key questions being answered here. How we conduct the sunset review is we research the history of the law. We meet with stakeholders, and I italicize that because I'll be discussing that a little bit more in the next 2 slides. We interpret agency data, and then we will write a report with recommendations, including whether to sunset, whether to continue, and if continue, whether any changes should be made. I also want to point out that our office uses 14 statutory criteria in our analysis. This criteria was given to us by the General Assembly. The 2 most important criteria are, one of them says we have to look at whether if the program is still necessary. And then another criteria states, if it is necessary, is it being conducted in the least restrictive form of oversight consistent with public interest? Those are 2 of the 14 criteria that I wanted to highlight. The rest of the criteria kind of flow from there, although a lot of them have their own distinctions. I will post a link later to our website, and our website has a list of all those 14 factors that we really look at when we conduct a sunset review. Some more key questions just quickly being answered. When is this taking place? Research is currently underway. I would like to start doing stakeholder meetings later this month, late February. And the report will be scheduled for release October 15th. Another last key question is kind of where, I just kind of included that in who, what, where, when, how, why. Again, this report the sunset review will conclude, and the report will be released October 15th. That will be released to the public. And that will also go to the General Assembly to create legislation in 2026. So that's why I said where mostly next year in 2026 at the state capitol, that is where the sunset bill will be discussed, and there will be more opportunities to participate with regards to legislative changes that need to be made if necessary. Again, as I mentioned, I wanted to talk a little bit about the stakeholder process. So our office would like to talk to, of course, the commission members. For all programs, we talk to trade, industry, professional associations, government officials, recognized experts in the industry, consumers, any individual that has an interest in meeting for the sunset review. Our office would definitely like to hear your input. There are just some bullet points here about why the stakeholder process is important. Of course, the more diversity input, the better the public policy will be at the end. Our goal is to have an open, inclusive process. There are many ways to participate, but the main ways are written, through virtual meetings, and via phone. If you want to submit written comments, this is our website here. So everyone, please, who does want to participate in the sunset review, please take a moment to write down our website in that first bullet point. That second bullet point is a sublink that goes to the page that's in the photo. So that mountain, I think that's I forgot the name, the Maroon Bluffs, I think, by Aspen. So if you remember that, if it's a good way to help you remember, if you look on that page where that green arrow is, it says comment on a review, and then you could scroll down to provide input. Click that big blue provide input button, and there you could comment on any sunset review that's taking place, including the Department of Real Estate sunset review. If you look at the top, on top of the mountains over there, there's some more tabs. Feel free to explore our website. It has more information about the sunset process. And as I said earlier, there's a list there as well of the 14 factors that we use to analyze each program. And lastly, I just wanted to post my contact information. So again, anyone who wants to give input in the sunset review and in more particular meet with me, here is my email. Here is my phone number. Please do not wait for me to initiate contact. I wanted to make that clear. Our office will do our best to reach out to every stakeholder that we can. But if you don't hear from me, just please reach out to me first. Please also allow for me a few days to respond. For stakeholder meetings, as I said, I would like to begin starting them late February and to late June. Our office can meet all year long. However, the sunset report is scheduled to be released on October 15th. So I really use summer to really dig in and start writing the report. So optimally, it would be great to meet before late June. Of course, if your schedule requires us to meet after, I'll do my best to meet then. But again, starting late February to the end of June, our office will be available to meet. Right now, I'm at the Capitol presenting bills for last year's sunset report. So unfortunately, my next few weeks are a little packed. But again, starting late February, I'll be free to meet. And again, written comments can be submitted anytime, and you can find our website one more time at the bottom left of your screen. That's all I had. I wanted to sit here kind of as a fly on the wall and observe the commission, if it's okay. I could take questions. Our office isn't necessarily looking for input at this moment. However, as I mentioned, I will be reaching out to every commission member and as many stakeholders as we can. And that would be the proper time to really sit down, talk about what issues are out there, what changes might need to be made, and really get your input there. But For now, I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I just wanted to ask if anyone here has any questions, and thank you again.
I don't have any questions, but thank you for presenting that information.
Thank you. If there are no questions, I'll turn my camera and microphone off, and yeah, just be here to observe. Thank you, everyone, and please, commission members, again, feel free to reach out soon. I'll be reaching out as well, and that goes out to members of the public, please, as well too. We seek all the input we can, and thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
So commissioners, the next item under policy matters is whether you guys have anything that you would like to discuss at your April meeting.
I don't have anything.
I don't have anything either.
Looks like nothing on our part. You got plenty on your side, Marcia. We didn't, not from us.
And I'm sure we'll have plenty to review next meeting.
All right. That wraps up, I believe, policy matters. So we are now on to complaint, investigation, and audits.
All right. Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
So your first item, investigative matter A, we are going to postpone until after the ESP matters because you have a settlement that's related to this case. So starting with investigative matter B is audit number X 2024-75. The respondent manages a property management brokerage primarily catering to student housing. The brokerage has 9 separate trust accounts that total $4.5 million, but none are fiduciary accounts. The brokerage does not have an internal accounting control policy. The respondent was only able to provide a compliant reconciliation for 1 trust account. The respondent was unable to provide reconciliations on 3 trust accounts. The remaining 5 trust account reconciliations were missing either the journal or ledger, and 1 had a negative $15,500 ledger balance. It appears that the respondent has not been performing reconciliations on a monthly basis, and the respondent explained the difficulty in completing 3 reconciliations was due to accounting staff changes in the transition to a new software program, which occurred 2 years ago. Additionally, the respondent uses a lease assignment agreement that requires the tenants to reimburse each other's security deposits. Possible violations include 12-10-2171H, failure to account for funds received, 12-10-2171I, converting, diverting, commingling funds, 12-10-2171M, violation of any commission rule, 12-10-2171R, failure to supervise, Rule 5.1, establishment of internal controls, Rule 5.2, money belonging to others must be deposited in trust or escrow, Rule 5.9, diversion, conversion prohibited, Rule 5.10, commingling prohibited, Rule 5.14, record keeping requirements, Rule 5.21, production of documents and records, and Rule 7.4, prohibited provisions. Recommended disciplinary action includes diversion, a fine of $10,000, coursework in brokerage administration, coursework in trust accounts, coursework in property management, and 4 quarterly audits over the next 12 months. And myself and Auditor Jay McLean are here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions?
I thought I had a question on this, and I'm sorry, I just got booted off of the system, so I'm back in. But let me pull it up. Sorry. Really? Oh, actually, my only question was in regard to the fine. Just wondering the criteria to get to the $10,000 fine, $10,000 fine, and then additionally, I was curious about. Let's see. Prohibited provisions cannot relieve broker from compliance. I just wanted to know what that meant. 7.4.
Yeah, so I think Rule 7.4 was cited in regards to the lease assignment agreement requiring tenants to reimburse
Oh, okay.
each other security deposits.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, and the fine, again, so regarding all disciplinary action, that's up for your decision and discussion. So, you're more than welcome to change that. The fine and the recommended disciplinary action was based on, similar cases in the past and what was felt fair for the violations that were cited.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I was poking back through just to familiarize myself with the details of this particular case. Has everything been kind of concluded and up to date? I know an extension was filed, but has the new software been implemented? Are they going through and actually auditing appropriately?
So the software was implemented over 2 years ago is when they purchased it. So it appears they've been having issues with completing their reconciliations, all this time. And it still appears to be ongoing, but they are in the process of trying to correct the violations that were cited. And that is why one of the recommended disciplinary actions is to do 4 follow-up audits to try to ensure compliance with these license law violations.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
When I was looking through it, it did seem like he wanted to be compliant, but just couldn't get a handle on it. Seemed very overwhelmed with what was happening. And it was difficult because we just couldn't tell, since we didn't have the reconciliations, how much was supposed to be in those accounts. So I do agree with the additional quarterly audits, getting them into compliance. Did they submit any additional information after the information that we received, bringing those mostly up to date? I mean, we just didn't have that documentation.
I do not believe we've received any additional information.
Okay.
Since submitting the report.
I agree with what the recommendations are on here.
And my apologies, Commissioner Sanders, just to give you a little additional information, you have the ability to issue fines up to $2,500 per violation. So as you can see here, there are quite a bit of fines or violations that are cited. We are not recommending max fines per violation, but the fine seems commensurate with the amount of violations that are cited.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I also would be in agreement. I just needed, excuse me, sorry about that, but I just needed a little bit of clarity as to the fine. I agree that they seem that that they want to get back on track, but it doesn't sound like that's happened. So I'm in agreement with the recommendation.
So I move to accept staff recommendation.
Thank you, Renee. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
The next is matter C. It's complaint number 2024-1543. The complainant listed her home for sale with the listing agent. After going under contract, the complainant alleged that the buyer's agent, who was the respondent, provided the lockbox code to contractors without prior authorization from the listing agent. Possible violations include 1210-217-1M, 1210-217-1Q, and Rule 6.16. And the disciplinary recommendations are diversion and a $500 fine. And Investigator Peters can answer any questions that you might have.
Any discussion?
I have no questions.
I move to accept staff recommendation.
Thank you. We have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Matter D is complaint number 2024-472. The Division of Real Estate received an anonymous complaint alleging that the respondent was performing licensed activity while the license was inactive. The investigation found that the respondent had 4 listings and 1 buyer contract while his license was inactive between February 1st, 2024 and March 17th, 2024. Possible violations include 1210-217-1M, 1210-217-1Q, Rule 6.5, Rule 6.14C, Rule 6.26, and disciplinary recommendations are diversion and a $1,000 fine. And again, Investigator Peters can answer any questions.
Any questions?
No questions.
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Matter E is complaint number 2023-2510. The complainant, who was prospective purchaser of a failed transaction, filed a complaint against the respondent, who was the listing agent and co-owner of the property, alleging non-disclosure of a voided deed. There was insufficient evidence to prove there was a voided deed. There was insufficient evidence to prove that the respondent failed to disclose adverse material facts concerning the title. The investigation found that the respondent did not provide HOA documents to the buyer in accordance with the purchase contract. However, the HOA documents were made available in the title work. After the initial complaint was investigated, the complainant provided the division with new allegations. The complainant alleged that the respondent failed to disclose the existence of 2 leases on the property, including a lease that extended beyond the anticipated closing date. The investigation found that there was insufficient evidence to show that the lease extended beyond the closing was fully executed. The other lease was fully executed and was not disclosed in the contract by the respondent. However, the investigation found that there is evidence to support that the complainant had knowledge of the said lease. And in this matter, our recommendation is a dismissal with a letter of concern for insufficient evidence. But we wanted to bring it to your attention and have you ask any questions and decide on the outcome.
I agree
with that. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, yeah, after reviewing everything, I also agree that the new allegations did not present any new violations based on the fact that the contract wasn't executed. And so I agree with the dismissal.
I agree with that. 2 of them, I mean, the complainant knew about the lease, it was his friend. And then as to the HOA documents, our contract says that the seller has the obligation to provide those association documents, but it's fulfilled regardless of who provides such documents. So it doesn't matter that the seller went ahead and provided that. The HOA, all of those documents were provided by the title company, and that is allowed. So based on those 2 things, I would dismiss.
Is that, could you give me do a motion for me?
Move to accept staff recommendation.
Thank you. And we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Right. Good morning. Investigative matter F is complaint number 2024-1754. On July 9th, 2024, the respondent pled guilty to theft, a class 5 felony. The respondent received a 2-year deferred judgment and sentence. The charge and sentence are the results of a report from the Montezuma County Social Services Office. The Montezuma County Social Services reported that the respondent failed to account for or report all of her income and received social service benefits based on the unreported income. As part of the deferred judgment and sentence, the respondent is serving 2 years probation and was ordered to pay $8,631.41 in restitution and $1,200 as a supervision fee. The respondent has a payment plan and has paid $2,300 as of January 27th, 2025. Possible violations include 1210 217 1N, 1210 217 1P, 1210 217 1M, 1210 217 1W, and Rule 6.23. Disciplinary recommendation is a final agency order, public censure, revocation, and a fine of $10,000. And Investigator Coates is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you.
And is the revocation recommended because of the class 5 felony?
Not just the fact that it's a felony, but because of the nature of the crime being financial and with the dishonest component to it. Yeah, it's in line with what we've done in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Are we also taking into consideration a prior diversion agreement, and is that part of it as well? If there was an agreement on in June of 22.
That has been dismissed. Is that what you're?
That one was dismissed. It was deferred.
Are you, I could speak to that. Are you referring to the diversion that she received through the court system?
Yes.
Okay. So the diversion through the court system is slightly different than the diversion through the Division of Real Estate.
Okay.
So then it just proceeded to formal charges and where she received a deferred judgment and sentence.
Okay. And then I know we had issues with income. What was stated as her income did not match what the company said. It was greatly different. And then she's still on probation through next year, correct?
Yeah, she's served not quite a year so far. I believe about 7 months, roughly.
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
I move to accept the disciplinary recommendations.
We have a second?
Second.
I'll second.
All right. Sorry, I'm not sure who I heard first, but I'm sure Doreen hasn't. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Matter G is complaint number 2024-1913. On October 4th of 2024, the respondent was found guilty of violation of protection order, a class 1 misdemeanor. The conviction was not disclosed to the commission. Possible violations are, 1210-217-1P, 1210-217-1N, 1210-217-1M, and Rule 6.23. Disciplinary recommendations are diversion, a fine of $500, and probation to run concurrent with the criminal sentence. And Investigator Martinez can answer any questions that you might have.
Okay. Any questions?
Nope. Move to accept staff recommendation.
We have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Investigative matter H is complaint number 2023-2460. The respondent is the builder and seller of a property purchased by the complainant. Several deposits received from the complainant were initially placed in trust with land title. However, they were quickly released by mutual agreement to the respondent, who then placed the monies into his building company account. This account is an operating account and as such holds money belonging to the broker. Possible violations are 12.10.2.17.1I, 12.10.2.17.1M, Rule 5.2, Rule 5.3, Rule 5.10, Rule 5.11. The disciplinary recommendation is a final agency order, a fine of $5,000, and coursework in trust accounts. Investigator Raquet is here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I definitely had questions on this one. So with the title company holding the earnest money and then both parties agreeing to make that non-refundable and released, and these are for specific upgrades that the buyer wanted, this is a typical practice. So how else are they supposed to do that?
I also kind of, so are you questioning, because I had notes about the commingling side of this? Is that what you're questioning as well?
Yeah.
Is it commingling if the earnest money deposits were submitted to the title company, but those earnest money deposits were non-refundable to that buyer? Therefore, when the closing company deposited those funds into the operating account, how is that commingling? I think is the question I also had. And is that your question, Erica?
Exactly, because it was specifically directed for upgrades. It was agreed by the buyer that it was non-refundable at a certain point. They had agreed upon dates that it was refundable up to, and you know, they followed everything that I could see was allowable, and up until that certain point when it was released. And I just didn't see where that would track having to move from one trust account into another trust account. It looked to me like it needed to go from the trust account and then it was non-refundable. So then he could move it into whatever account he wanted to at that point.
Yeah, I would love clarity on that as well from the investigator.
I think that if I can address that for a second, commissioners, I think the question is the earnest money release sufficient as written agreement to release those monies from trust?
Yes, I believe it is. That's exactly what we asked them to do, is sign that earnest money release, and that takes it out of the trust account. It moves it to the seller. It moves it, and it says specifically non-refundable, so it is never going back to that buyer. But I would like the opinion of the other commissioners on that, because we see this, that is how those buyers are asking for those upgrades, and then that seller has to pay for that somehow. And if that buyer does not end up buying ultimately that house at the last minute, that seller is out of pocket for those upgrades that they didn't want to put into that house to begin with.
But why is it going to the title company? Why would you give it to the title company then instead of giving it directly to the builder? It's going to the title company and then they're releasing it. So why? I think that's the issue.
Well, in this case, they started off with one product at a certain price, and then at a certain point, that buyer asked for additional upgrades, and they agree on those upgrades, and those upgrades have to be paid for somehow, so that buyer has to pay for that. So those are costs that that seller is going to incur, and then they released that to be able to pay for those upgrades.
But why is it going through the title company?
Because that's the way that you do that. It shows a paper trail for that money to be documented and released, and it should be shown on all of those. I mean, I felt like he was following the proper protocol for having money go through. They wouldn't pay that outside. You don't want money going outside of that transaction.
But it's still considered to be earnest money. And if it's earnest money, it shouldn't be given to the builder yet.
Unless the buyer agrees to go ahead and make that non-refundable, which the buyer did in both of these cases because they were above and beyond what that called for. And I'm asking for additional clarity on this from other people, because this is something that I have absolutely seen. And when you're dealing with those upgrades and the builder or seller isn't going to pay for those out of pocket, how do you want them to document that? How do you want them to pay for that? They want a clean paper trail. This was a very clean paper trail in that particular regard, as far as delivering the earnest money to the title company and releasing it to the seller.
Charles, is that what the issue is? Because they're calling it earnest money and giving it to the title company? Or what's the issue?
Yeah, I think that was part of the issue. I think one of the questions that I had, and this is obviously for you commissioners to decide, is like I mentioned before, is the earnest money release form sufficient documentation to release them, to allow that money to be used by the respondent prior to it being properly earned? Is that earnest money release document sufficient for what Commissioner Doyle is describing?
That, well, the release form seemed sufficient. I did find, I would have loved to have some additional, documentation that this is what we're going to be using this money for. I didn't see that, but the earnest money release, that is how that is done. So there could have been more clarity, I think, on what that money was going to be utilized for.
But the buyer did not have anything, they didn't agree to release that money. The buyer put in earnest money, and it wasn't necessarily agreed to be released to the.
It was. They signed both. They did. They signed both of the earnest money release forms, releasing that and making it non-refundable to the seller.
I agree. I agree with Erica. I think my interpretation of that documentation was that the buyer's understanding, and whether, could they have done it differently? Yes. I mean, he could have required a deposit, right, versus earnest money, but he did call it earnest money, and that was what was in the contract, we'll say. And so because the earnest money release specifically was used, and because the buyer signed off and agreed to that being non-refundable, and by sending that release, that's saying, I'm releasing this to you. We only initiate the release when it's being given to the other party, if that makes sense. So my interpretation is also that there wasn't, it's the violation's in question. I don't know, I'll say it's in question because that release went through the typical channels, which would be title, and then title released it back to the builder / agent.
Well, Exhibit 18, the agreement to amend extend specifically says buyer agrees to deposit and immediately release a non-refundable earnest check in the amount of for the completion of the options described on spreadsheet. So they are, the buyer signed that, saying that they are releasing it and it's non-refundable, in addition to the release of the earnest money. So, they have documented it in the agreement to amend extend, and the buyer signed off on it.
Did that include the spreadsheet? Because if it did, I missed that. Specifically showing what the upgrades were that they were desiring. Because here's my part. And I don't know if one thing has anything to do with the other, but I was looking at the factual allegations. And it specifically states on 14, 15, and 16, the residence was to be built and designed to certain drawings and specifications. I didn't see any of the drawings or specifications in the file. It also states that the construction of the residence does not conform to the drawings and specifications agreed upon by the parties. And then PTB completed the construction of the residence using subpar building materials and installing finishes that were of lesser quality than what were originally either selected, bargained for, or desired by the purchaser. And that's a big deal to just turn over whether it's escrow or whatever path that they decided to fund the upgrades. But at the end of the day, they didn't even get what they wanted.
Can I address that for a moment, if I may?
Sure.
Commissioner Rubel, all those issues that you just brought up are being their matters before the civil court right now.
Okay.
I was actually going to comment that to me, those seem like two separate issues. I do think that they're substantial. But also that does sound like more of a civil suit because it's that person's interpretation of delivery of the product, and we don't know really what was delivered. But in regard to specifically the earnest money deposit, I don't see it as a commingling violation.
If it wasn't called earnest money, then it would be more clear if it was just, this is the cost for these upgrades and you're paying me for them now and I've earned it. Then it's not considered earnest money. It's a payment for them. I think that would have been more clear, and then it wouldn't be commingling because then it's a payment for something you're purchasing rather than earnest money.
Renee, in that effect, would it be a change order to the contract or an addendum specifically?
Right.
Okay.
That's what I would think.
I mean, it makes the most sense. It leaves a paper trail.
Yeah.
Commissioners, if I may, this is your counsel speaking. I think for our purpose, it's important to determine, for you to determine whether the money in question were money belonging to others, because that's the term that makes all the difference to us. If the earnest money at that point were still money belonged to others, at least some of them, then it arguably will make this broker subject, will make that broker subject to violations. If at that point you think that those funds were not money belonging to others, then that may change our analysis. I hope it was helpful.
That was very helpful.
That's helpful. And so then this is a very large topic because when you are buying new construction and you are the buyer and you would like them to add things to that property, and then you're going to pay that money to them, that builder then immediately goes and hires subcontractors and commits himself or herself to spending that money. So that money is non-refundable to the buyer. It does not go back to them, and it's spent by the seller to pay for those upgrades. So, you know, you could see how both are thinking it's their money, but that money is spent on the seller side getting those upgrades done for that buyer, whether the buyer closes or not. The money is spent on the seller side.
I think it's just how it's handled. Like Autumn said, if it was a change order and here's your change order, it's all listed out and it's X amount of money and I pay you the X amount of money, then that money is now yours and it's not commingling. I think the confusion is they made it earnest money and it went through the title company as earnest money. And I think it's confusing because it's earnest money. Why didn't they just do a change order and pay the builder directly and then they keep it and it's not commingling?
Well, we don't have change order forms that we're allowed to use, though. We have an earnest money deposit form that we can use, and we have earnest money release forms that we can use, but we don't have a change order form that we can use.
But a builder has their own forms.
They have all kinds of their own forms.
Right.
Every single one of them is different.
Right. So the builder has their own forms. They don't have to do the earnest money. They do have change order forms and they can do what they want. I think that's the confusion, is they should have done it that way instead of making it earnest money.
I think in this instance too, this particular builder was not using, I need to look back at some of the documents, but they weren't using builder contracts that they prepared. They were using the CBS, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry,
So-
Erica, what was that? They were using what?
The contract to buy and sell.
Okay.
So they were using state contracts.
It's highly unethical.
You know, so they weren't maybe operating as other, and some builders I've worked with, they use contract to buy and sell. Most of them don't, but this particular builder seemed to use the state provided contracts, not their own like attorney prepared contracts. So if that were the case, then the earnest money release may have been the best option that they had if they were only using contract to buy and sell.
Yeah, the title company would not have released that form, would not have released that money without the earnest money release regardless.
I think we have to take into consideration what Irina said. So money belonging to others, really, we have to decide whether that's the fact, regardless of whether they should have done, a change order or whatever it is. Does this money, being that it's non-refundable and was agreed upon between the agreement to amend, extend, and the release, did that money still belong to the buyer? Because that's what we're talking about here. And with the release and the buyer signing off saying they immediately agreed to release non-refundable earnest check, that money no longer belongs to the buyer. So when we're looking at money belonging to others as a rule, leading into the converting, diverting, and commingling funds, that's where we have to decide was the money still belonging to the buyer?
I mean, I'm sure they felt that it was because they were receiving the value on the back end of the property with the upgrades.
Right, but feeling a certain way in what is written out.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's just, yeah, this wasn't the best way to handle this.
And I'm just looking at some of the supporting documents. That's
same.
Okay, so what would be reasonable then for disciplinary action, since we're saying they didn't handle it correctly, but so
I'm not saying that they didn't handle it correctly. I don't see that they had another way of handling this using the forms that they're required to in this scenario. I think that they handled this the way that they're supposed to. It is non-refundable. It is no longer the buyer's.
My interpretation of this is I do think they probably could have handled it better, but that might just be business model as a builder. They probably should just have contracts drawn up, but that's not for us to decide that. I think based on the contract, based on the terms of the earnest money release, I don't think that money belonged to the buyer. So I don't think commingling happened if it didn't belong to the buyer.
Commissioner Doyle, is that what you are thinking as well, is that does not belong to the buyer anymore?
Correct.
And if I may again, you probably should analyze if you believe that at that point money did not belong to the buyer. At that point, was it the money that belonged to a third-party contractor that would also potentially can put it into money belonging to others category?
But the money was deposited to, I'm trying to think this through, but the money was deposited to the builder / agent's company's operating account.
That was the Power to Build real estate?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
It was deposited to the operating account, which at that point, wouldn't you be able to use that for business operations?
I would assume it would go to the specific construction of this home being applied monthly inspections on a draw that would allow the GC to be paid.
Charles, correct me if I'm wrong, but do you know that account was used for, I think there was charges to Chipotle and things like that.
But the account was a business operating account, right? Like a company account?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So the earnest money release says buyer and seller agree that the earnest money will be distributed as follows, has the amount and payable to the respondent. So I mean, it goes right to them, and then from there, then it's paid out to whoever they owe their money to, and they have profit in that as well. So there's, we don't designate how they pay it out from that point. Then that's an agreement. And again, we kind of talked that if they didn't finish it at that point, they've got this civil liability, or it's in court at that point. So I think that we can't designate once they've got it in their account who it gets paid to from there, because it's going to be multiple contractors.
Okay, don't we have other issues in this case though? Because don't we have issues where contractors weren't paid and now there's a lien on the property? They still didn't do their reconciliation. They weren't paid, we got commission issues. We got multiple issues going on in this case. It's not just the one, it's not just the earnest money. There's multiple things going on.
The only thing that I was saying was, to me, maybe not a violation, was the commingling, but there is also additional violations, which was, let's see. Well, there was an account issue. The brokerage firm didn't have an account, the trust account in the brokerage name. What else? There was.
They didn't pay the contractors. They didn't pay the contractors. Now there's a huge lien on the property. That's kind of major. So
I think that is part of the question, though. If it didn't have to belong to a trust account, that's their thing. They had land title hold the earnest money so that they don't have to hold the earnest money. They don't have to have a trust account if they're not holding earnest money. So then, correct?
they don't have to have a trust account for earnest money if they're not holding earnest money, correct?
Right, okay.
Or it's the way that it's defined is money belonging to others in our statute.
And I thought, and please, correct me if I'm misunderstanding the statute. My understanding is that if you have a brokerage firm, independent or, otherwise, even if you're not using the trust account, you're supposed to have it.
No.
Is that right? Is that incorrect? Okay.
Yes, that's incorrect.
Okay. Yeah, my understanding was that so I guess that would be in question too. 5.3 would be in question in that case. My understanding is that as a firm, you still have to have a trust account established in the event, you were to take other people's money. And so I thought that was why that was there. So really the only issue in front of us on this case is the commingling then?
Well, no, it's not. That's what I'm saying. There's multiple other issues in this case, but we seem to be totally focused on that one issue. So
because that's what the violations is listed as. So if you want to propose something different, then let's talk about that. But the reason we're talking about that is because that's the violations that they've given us. So if we want to discuss something else, then let's get that on the table.
Although I suppose the other thing is that'll be the civil court thing. So.
Well, I just thought all the other ones hinged on that one. If that one wasn't there, the other ones didn't exist.
I don't think so.
I think they definitely
exist. At it. Yeah,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, relooking at it, I kind of see it that way as well.
So commissioners, there are still violations that can be supported, irrespective of whether the money in question are money belonging to others. For example, I'm looking at account in the name of broker and 5.11 earnest money for construction. But perhaps I can propose to table this discussion right now and put it into an executive session because we will have one anyway. So maybe that's a good place for us to explore our options.
Okay,
I'm
thank
okay
you.
with that.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right, so we will table this until executive session.
All right, so moving on then to investigative matter I. Investigative matter I is complaint number 2024-569 The division received a complaint which alleged that the respondent listed a property and had it under contract with a buyer without having first obtained the authorization of all the sellers. The complaint alleged that the respondent obtained signatures electronically from a party who was not one of the owners. It appeared that the respondent understood that there were multiple owners, but did not ensure that she had the authorization of all the owners before proceeding with the listing. The investigation further found that the respondent transacts business in a name other than the one on file with the division, is erroneously listed as an owner of the brokerage when she is in fact not an owner, and that her real estate license was inactive at the time she entered into the exclusive right listing contract on the complainant's property. Possible violations are 1210-217-1Q, 1210-217-1M, Rule 6.2, Rule 6.10A.2, Rule 6.10D.2, and Rule 6.10F. Disciplinary recommendation is a final agency order, a fine of $5,000, coursework in contracts and coursework in brokerage relationships. Investigator Hardy is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions on this or discussion on this case?
No, move to accept staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Question for Commissioner, should we take a break now or should we take it after licensing matters before we get into ESP and executive session?
Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine to keep going.
We got a lot of stuff.
All right, we are on to licensing matters.
All right. Licensing matter A is an application. It's complaint number 2024-2279. On October 6, 2004, the applicant was convicted of a felony manufacture delivery of cocaine under a gram, a misdemeanor possession of cocaine. The applicant was sentenced to 3 years probation withheld, 6 months incarceration, and a fine of $1,934. The applicant has completed all terms and has a $0 balance. The case is closed. As always, or as usual, there's no recommendation, and Investigator Quinton is here to answer any questions you may have.
I don't have any questions. Looks like this happened, a little over 20 years ago, and there were not any other issues like this. And so I was in support of approving it.
Yep. I move for approval.
Agreed.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Licensing matter B is a preliminary advisory opinion. This is complaint number 2024. Let's see, sorry, just clicked off of it. 2024-2258. On May 9th, 2024, the applicant pleaded guilty to misdemeanor assault 3, knowing reckless cause injury. The applicant was sentenced to 2 years deferred sentence and a fine of $1,739.50. The applicant is on deferment until May 9th of 2026, and the fine has been paid in full. There's no recommendation. Investigator Quintana can answer any questions.
Discussion?
Well, the court thinks that there is an issue since there is a probation that is ongoing, and that would indicate that we don't have proof of, rehabilitation, and that there is an issue with safety. So I would vote for negative preliminary opinion.
And I was kind of curious about just for general information as well, but the option to approve positive opinion with restrictions. just kind of curious what that looks like, and I don't know if we have to, if that's an executive session question or what, but.
Well, I guess it depends on what kind of restrictions you're looking for. Because when they are initially licensed, they have the 2 years of being highly supervised anyway.
Right.
So I guess it would depend on what other restrictions you'd be looking for.
And I was just curious, what restrictions are there? Like, what kind of restrictions have been imposed in these kind of situations? I just, you know.
The probation is ongoing through May of next year. And normally we want to see the probation done so that we can see that the person has been rehabilitated. And normally we're not going to approve that until we can tell that they've been rehabilitated.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the preliminary advisory, so they're just wanting to know if they should even be going to school. And Renee's right. We traditionally or typically, and I've got on here that I would like to wait until their probation is done, and then they're welcome to reapply or do a preliminary advisory opinion at that time, showing that they've completed all that the court has asked them to.
Michelle, I do have a quick question because I was looking at the letter, Office of Denver Adult Probation, and there is a small section in there where they talk about once she completes all of her requirements of her deferred judgment, the case will be dismissed and sealed. So let's just fast forward a year from now, assuming she does everything. Are we even going to have access to this record?
No.
No, but I think at that point, don't we trust our judicial system to, if they're sealing it and closing it, she's done everything she needed to do. And so that's a clean slate, right, for us to then make that decision.
She wouldn't have any barriers for approval in May of next year, assuming she does everything she needs to do.
Correct.
Okay.
Or anything new hasn't come up. Yes, absolutely.
10-4. Thank you.
I don't know if I may, Commissioner Sanders, I don't know if you got your question answered about possible, whether it's related to this case or in general, but some of the restrictions that you've seen and that we've done in the past have been either adding additional time for that high level of supervision beyond what the standard 2 years are. Also, in some cases, when there's been multiple sort of infractions with the law, sometimes we require a higher reporting. In other words, they have to report even an arrest, not just a conviction. So those are some of the kind of things that we've looked at in the past. If you've wanted to add additional restrictions in issuing a license. So I hope that answered your question.
No, that helps. Yeah. Thank you so much.
And what's great that you'll find with the staff is they're always willing to answer those questions if we even is this possible? So
yeah, thank you. Well, given all the information, it especially the fact that this will be sealed in a year, I do think it probably would be to this individual's benefit to just come back once they've been rehabilitated. So I agree with the denial.
Okay, so are you making a motion for a negative opinion?
Yes, I'll make the motion for a negative opinion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, licensing matter C is complaint number 2024-1990. This is also a preliminary advisory opinion. In June of 2024, the applicant was convicted of larceny of military property valued more than $1,000, a violation of Article 121, federal conviction. The applicant was sentenced to 60 days confinement and the case is closed. There is no recommendation, and investigator Quintana is here to answer questions.
Sarah, my apologies. Can you confirm the case number again, please? I'm having a hard time finding that one.
Yeah, 2024-1990.
And that's under licensing matters?
It's
C. Licensing matters C.
It's 2024-2194.
Correct. Oh,
I thought you said 1990.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize. That was just a typo.
No, I just want to make sure I'm on the right file. Thank you.
No,
Yeah,
mine says 1990.
Yeah, mine too.
Am I in the wrong spot? I'm under licensing matters, licensing matter C.
Yep.
Corb B,
It's
2024 dash.
It's initials BK, if that helps.
That's what I'm on, I thought.
Yeah, it's 2194.
2194. That's what I'm showing is 2194.
Oh, perfect.
So what I've observed is that the licensing matter number doesn't match the referral.
The case number, yeah,
Yeah.
the two forms
So
don't.
that might be the
That's-
confusion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Apologies.
The report shows the correct license number. That was just a typo on my part.
Okay.
Yeah, the correct one is 2194. Yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Sorry, Sarah, were you able to finish the summary?
Can
you?
I can start over if you'd like.
That's okay.
Yeah, so it's complaint number 2024-2194. Preliminary advisory opinion. In June of 2024, the applicant was convicted of larceny of military property valued at more than $1,000, a violation of Article 121, federal conviction. Applicant was sentenced to 60 days confinement, and the case is closed. There's no recommendation.
All right, discussion?
This is very recent. It just no. And part of it is we're not necessarily privy to what the culture is in this case. We've been told things are normal and that's the culture, even though it's against the law. So there were some contradicting things on this case. I don't know if anyone else saw that or not, but you know, saying that it's normal and part of the culture, but it's truly illegal.
Yeah, I just struggled with the fact that it was so recent. But I know we have and it was theft, essentially. So
Well, and I'm sorry, I'm a little confused. Has the person been convicted of another crime prior to this conviction?
I didn't see that.
There
I'm
were
looking at
two. There were in 22 and 23.
Oh wait.
And
so it is showing somewhat of a pattern of behavior.
yeah, sentencing was in 24.
So the conviction in 24 was the result of the two prior cases?
Yeah.
There were no priors before
It's
that?
the same case, just different dates.
I was gonna say, I think it's just one case.
One case, two different dates.
Okay.
And sentence in 24.
And it was disclosed, which I appreciate that was disclosed.
Yeah, the discharge was an under honorable discharge, which supposedly can be upgraded, but I don't know if that has been upgraded. I don't know if we would like to see that upgraded before we make a decision. But it's very recent. I guess maybe we'd like to see some stability, some rehabilitation, something. It's just very recent.
Some time on the rehabilitation.
Yep.
Renee, is what you're referring to.
Yeah.
Lots of letters of recommendation. Very long and lengthy worded.
Yeah, this is a tough, kind of a difficult one to.
I guess my question, my thought would be there's been nothing on this person's record prior to that. There are letter of recommendations. And, this was a military case, correct? So they did their 60 days of confinement and then they closed the case. So he has nothing left outstanding. So he's basically met all the military's requirement to have this case closed. I don't know if they do probation or things like.
Well, they said that he could be upgraded from the under honorable discharge in 6 months, and they could return to the military in 2 years. So on one hand, that's a positive because they're willing to take him back. On the other hand, they're also saying they want him to wait 2 years. So that tells me maybe they're wanting to see some time and see his behavior, et cetera, and maybe we should as well.
A valid point.
I think that's reasonable, Renee.
So I would say at this point that we go for a negative preliminary opinion, and then he can apply down the road, reapply.
I'm okay with it. I don't know if we have to give a time frame. If someone wants to chime in from the division, or we just invite them to.
It's just a preliminary, so I don't know if we have to give a time frame, right?
You don't have to tell them that they need to wait X amount of time before they resubmit an application for either a PAO or a license.
Okay, thank you. All right, so do we have a motion?
I'll motion for a negative preliminary opinion.
We have a second?
Oh, I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, licensing matter D is an application. This is complaint number 2024-1711. On August 17th, 1999, the applicant was convicted of misdemeanor possession of drug paraphernalia. Case is closed. On May 15th, 2001, the applicant was convicted of a felony unlawful possession of controlled substance, methamphetamine with intent to deliver. The case is closed. On July 16th, 2010, the applicant was convicted of misdemeanor of carried concealed weapon in a vehicle. Case is closed. On November 4th, 2011, applicant was convicted of a felony prohibiting the possession of ammunition. The applicant was sentenced to 180 days in jail, 5 years probation, and a fine of $2,638.50 with $200 restitution suspended. The applicant has completed jail and probation terms, and the case is closed. On November 19th, 2014, the applicant was convicted of a felony possession with intent to distribute 50 grams or more of methamphetamine. Applicant was sentenced to 115 months in jail, 4 years probation, and $100 fine. And probation is ongoing until March 3rd of 2025. There is no recommendation, and investigator Quintana can answer any questions.
With this one, there is that ongoing probation, which is actually almost up. But the concern, I think, would just be, could this person, and there's a lot of convictions here. So the real question is, could this person enter the industry honestly, ethically, because these were all along, I think the last one was, 2014, although there's still probation going on right now. That would be, I think, the question is, can this individual enter the industry in an ethical way, honest, with integrity?
You're right. And part of what we have to look at is length of time, right? And I've got my notes here that I would like to if we can postpone until after probation is done with an update on whether probation was successfully completed before we make that decision. We had some guidance. I don't have it up now, but I know we've had guidance in the past on rehabilitation and how old things are. And I apologize. They sent it to me and I don't have that up on my screen right now.
Well, they're old enough, we're past the age restriction. So the question becomes, is it an unreasonable risk to public safety? And I struggled with this one as well, because this one also, was noted on some of the cases that it's a habitual criminal, but this was years ago. So.
Now, although it was years ago, I think we can still take into consideration if it's a concern, as you mentioned, to the public. We can still take it in consideration when it comes to approving or not.
Yes.
Even though it's over 3 years.
I agree with Michelle, though. I would like to see the probation completed. We'd like to see some history, what's been, some time, I guess some more time, but it is old enough. It's a struggle for me in this one.
Yeah. I would like to table this until next meeting. That would be after the probation, where we can get an update on if probation was successfully completed. And I think we do have something that we can discuss why we're in executive session. Just a quick refresher on the recently enacted statutory requirements for assessing application that disclose criminal convictions. So I think that would be a good refresher for us. But I would like to table this until our April meeting, until that probation is done.
I would agree with that, Michelle.
Me too.
Agree.
All right. So can we get a motion to table till the April?
A motion that we table it till the April meeting.
All right.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I just obtain clarification? I understand the tabling until next meeting, but are we planning to discuss this? Will you need my legal advice on this specific case, or we will be just talking generally about the recent changes?
Yeah, I think Commissioner Sanders joined after we had that briefing on the new changes. So I have the verbiage. So just to go over what that new statutory requirement is in general, not specifically in this case.
Understood. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right, we have a first and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
All right, licensing matter F is an application. It's complaint number 2024-2090. In March of 1989, the applicant was convicted of a Class 3 misdemeanor conspiracy to commit theft and a Class 2 misdemeanor theft. The applicant was sentenced to 1 year in jail. Jail term was suspended with 8 days time served and a fine of $30. The applicant has paid the fine in full. The case is closed. In September 1990, the applicant was convicted of criminal conspiracy, a Class 3 felony. The applicant was sentenced to 4 years probation. The probation was revoked and the applicant was resentenced to 90 days in jail. In 1992, the applicant was convicted of fraud by check, a Class 5 felony. All fines are paid and the case is closed. There is no recommendation, and Investigator Quinton is here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I had a hard time with this one. I know the cases are old. However, the letters that were written were bothersome in multiple areas. You know, talking about our corrupt judicial system and people being racist, that is concerning. And the company that's going to supervise this person said that they would supervise the first 3 transactions. Okay, that is not a high level of supervision. That's concern. I don't know. I had multiple issues with this one. I know they're old, but I don't know. Anyone else on this one?
When I reviewed this, I just looking specifically, you know, at the convictions, which were 89 and 90 and or 89, 90, what, 92, and then there was nothing after that.
2002.
2002?
Yep.
Make sure I'm on the right one, 'cause I thought 92 was the last one.
Oh,
But even
oh, maybe not. Okay.
even if it was 2002 as well.
I guess that's when the case was dismissed.
Okay, yeah, I'm only looking at the active convictions. It was so long ago, and I definitely think there was opportunity to be rehabilitated. There hasn't been any new convictions since then, so my notes were to fully approve it.
It wasn't disclosed on the application, that the issues were not disclosed. And the person didn't really take responsibility for what had happened. And I just thought the letters were extremely strong in a negative way when there's no responsibility taken and fingers are being pointed at the judicial system and at the police and et cetera. I didn't care for this.
Yeah, to back you up, Renee, just looking at the quote, I did over 90 days in jail for nothing.
Yeah, there's no responsibility and there was no disclosure. We've got lots of negative things written about the systems that this person would be a part of. I'm struggling with this one. So I think because it wasn't disclosed on the application, there's no responsibility, what's coming through on the letters, et cetera, I would recommend a denial.
I actually agree with Erica. I went through the length of time that was there and nothing has occurred since then. I would actually agree with Erica on this one, and I would recommend full approval.
And I did just revisit the letters, and the reality is I look at it as we're here to kind of determine if this person is going to be is going to cause public harm, right? When it comes to real estate, not really their personal opinion on the systems. And so for that reason, I'm still in support of full approval.
The person's not taking responsibility for anything.
Is it possible to provide an approval with some, I don't know, standards that need to be met? Or
Well,
clearly this person has gone through and received they've gone to school to focus on real estate. I'm just curious, like maybe a little bit more polish could be helpful, or some continuing education courses. I'm just trying to find an in between, because I kind of agree with Renee, but I also agree with the other points that are being made. So,
and we're basing our thoughts off of what we see in front of us, and we don't really know the situation. And I agree, like, yeah, it would be a good thing to take ownership, but maybe that individual really felt that they, I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know
There's
that
no
that's our
remo-
role to.
There's
to-
no remorse, there's no responsibility, there's no, I just, and if they're submitting the stuff to us, you would think that would be all taken into consideration.
Well, I mean, but that's, you're wanting to go to their frame of mind and to Erica's point, maybe they feel like they were wronged. Okay. That aside, this was over, the last case was in 1992, and this applicant has not had any trouble since then, has not gotten into any trouble. So the rehabilitation part that we're supposed to be looking at, I mean, I guess, telling someone they didn't take ownership and having them take ownership if they don't feel like that they needed to, so we want them to lie. I mean, that I don't think that part is for us to say. If they feel like that was whatever happened to them all that time ago, we can't really, say what happened then. But this person has not gotten in any trouble in all of these years and has gone through background checks and all of this thing. I think, the letter from the firm that the broker says mentor to oversee. That doesn't say that their job as the employing broker. I would like to see some more commitment from an employing broker if we're going to do restrictions. Making sure that high level of supervision is done for those 2 years. But I think the basis of rehabilitation and have they done what they're supposed to do, it has been so long and they've not gotten into any trouble. I don't see where we can deny this person a license. My concern would be, where's the oversight from the employing broker for that high level of security for the 2
Right.
for the 2 years.
The reality is that broker is bound by license law to oversee.
Correct.
However,
So if that doesn't happen, then that, you know what I mean? But
then they shouldn't
for
put it
this
in
particular-
writing that they're only going to supervise the first 3 transactions.
Well, it says a
Right.
mentor will oversee. Doesn't say they won't. This is a mentor.
Yeah, but it's only for the first 3 transactions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I'd
Right.
like to point out that in her letter, she says that she went through 3 years of therapy on this as well. So there is some rehabilitation. That's a substantial amount as well that's in there that was not brought up. And that's in the personal statement.
Yeah. I don't think we have, in my opinion, we have the grounds to deny on this application.
Great.
So we may be at a stalemate, but I think at this point we need to make a motion.
I motion to fully approve this application.
Second.
First and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
can I abstain?
I don't think so. Renee, are you opposing?
I can't because of this new legislative stuff. So I have to approve.
Okay. All right. Motion passes with full approval. All right. Do we mind if we take just a 5-minute break before we go into ESP and executive session? We do a 5-minute break?
If you want to make it 10, I'd be fine with that.
Okay. Let's see, it's 11:45. Let's be back at 5 to noon.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think we're just waiting for Erica. There she is. All right, I think we're ready to go back. All right, we are on to ESP matters.
Okay, good morning, commissioners. The first case I have for you is 2024-1253. And this, excuse me, this individual entered into a stipulation for diversion to resolve a non-compliant issue with a continuing education audit. They were required to pay a fine and to take some makeup coursework. They have paid the fine. It was late, but they have paid the fine, and the coursework remains outstanding. And we have been unsuccessful in getting their attention to comply with the order. And per the order, it does state that in the event that if found after hearing to be non-compliant, that the commission would pursue formal discipline. So we are asking, our recommendation is to seek a final agency order with public censure, a $2,500 fine, which of course has the 15% surcharge on top of it. And if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them.
Any discussion?
So Penny, this one, we can't actually suspend or deactivate it at this point, is that correct?
We can't automatically deactivate. If you wanted to add in that you want them suspended until compliant, it still wouldn't be an automatic because this doesn't warrant a summary suspension criteria. So if you, in other words, if we have to go all the way and litigate this, if you wanted them to be suspended until they come into compliance, you could add that as part of the recommendation.
Okay, that would be great. I would like to add that in addition to what the recommendation was, and then motion for approval.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, the next matter I have for you is 2024-1345. This is the same circumstance, a non-compliance with a continuing education audit, and they entered into a stipulation for diversion, requiring a fine and some makeup courses. I'm sorry. Somebody have something for me? Anyways, they have not complied with either the fine or the coursework. And so same recommendation that we are seeking final agency order, public censure, $2,500 fine. And if you want to make any changes to that, you certainly may.
Let's suspend until compliant in addition to the recommendation, and I move for approval.
We have a second? Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so the next one I have for you is case number, begins with an X representing an audit. Hang on, can you take this to the Hartford, Connecticut? Sorry, I have a little family emergency going around in the background. I apologize. The case number is X 2024-24. Forgive me. This case was reviewed by you all, and you sought to seek a final agency order, a fine in the amount of $2,500, probation for 2 years to allow for 4 follow-up audits, and coursework in ethics and legal issues. This person has submitted a counteroffer through their attorney, and the basis of their counteroffer is that they're asking for it to be a stipulation for diversion instead of a final agency order. And the same fine they're asking for probation to be 1 year with one follow-up audit and agreeing to take the same coursework. So if you have any questions about this, I apologize. Sorry, got a little distracted for a moment, but I'm back. If you have any questions about this, I'll do my best to answer them.
I just, after reviewing this one, I had a alternative, which is on the audits. Just given the case, I thought 2 follow-up audits was more appropriate than 1.
And with these, when a counteroffer does come back to you, you always have the options to reject it, to accept it, or to provide me with additional settlement authority. And so, for example, if that was what you thought was appropriate, or that's what the commission as a whole felt, then I could take that back to them as an attempted settlement offer.
You know, I had a question regarding legal counsel's letter. So there were a couple of things that were concerning in the letter. Is one, they pointed out that the respondent has been audited many times, and once by this specific auditor as well. And this model has been the same this whole time. So one question is, why is it now an issue when they've been audited? I believe it was 3 times prior to this, and it was never brought to their attention to fix or correct. And they have stopped doing this model, I believe is my understanding. The second part that concerns me is that in the letter, and maybe I don't understand how our audits work, but I don't have the exact verbiage. I can find it. But why are we doing a letter if within the audit process they're giving an opportunity to fix these things? Why are we then disciplining them on items that they are able to fix during the audit, I guess is my question. So the attorney's letter had a lot of good questions that I think as a commission we need to look at when we're looking at discipline, or just in general how our audit process works. Maybe it's an education thing on my part, but.
So I'm going to give it my best shot to answer those, and then I may look to Marcia to supplement if I don't get all your questions answered. So I did see also that and noted that this individual claims to have been audited multiple times with this particular problematic program in place, and that it wasn't raised before. I have not been able to find specific reports or references, documentation for those previous audits because they didn't result in any kind of discipline. So I'm not able to confirm, the extent of the audit and the depth of the audit. And I know that the auditors will say that they go in and sometimes look at certain parts. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're condoning everything that's occurring by being silent on it. So I can't really tell you what was seen or discussed in any of those previous audits, and I'm sorry for that. In terms of, giving people an opportunity to correct and then still disciplining on those, I think I guess I would ask for sort of Marcia to weigh in on that if she was willing to, or even Eddie, who is the head of the audit program in general.
So, Commissioners, I don't think the fact that they fixed a violation means that you can't discipline them for that. Sorry. But I do think that that's a mitigating factor to consider. And as far as the previous audits, I believe this person was previously audited twice by the auditor that did the current one, once by Marcy, and possibly once by Gail Shaloi quite a while ago. I don't know why they didn't ask questions about this plan that he had in place, but it did get raised this time around.
I'm not sure. I'm sorry,
No.
somebody else asking something. Go ahead, Penny.
No, go ahead.
I would say in this one, I'd like to give Penny jurisdiction to negotiate a settlement on this.
Well,
Can we do that?
Well,
with parameters. So if you're willing to consider their counteroffer with the addition of, instead of one follow-up audit, you'd like 2 follow-up audits, then that would be the direction
Okay.
I would take to them. If there's some other term or something else that you would like to change or alter, then you need to give me that direction.
Does anybody else want anything different, or just increase the audits to 2 instead of 1?
Well, I'm just, as far as the counter proposal.
Yeah.
So we'll take the diversion, the fine, and then the 2 follow-up audits.
Yeah, it's 1 year probation instead of the 2, and then the 2 audits instead of the 4. Yeah.
And keep in mind, if anything does come up in the subsequent audits that is in violation with the license law, those issues will come back before you.
Okay.
I'm
So-
okay with that as well.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to give Penny authority to negotiate this. We're basically saying accepting the counter proposal with 2 audits, and then Penny can negotiate the final settlement.
We have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, the next item I have for you is, again, an audit X 2024-23. And this audit was initiated based on a previous disciplinary action. The individual had some discipline in another jurisdiction. Part of the settlement to resolve that issue was to have some follow-up audits to make sure they were compliant with their conduct here in Colorado. In the audit, there were issues that were identified. You all voted for a stipulation for diversion, a fine of $2,500, follow-up audits from the previous decision, because the previous decision has additional follow-up audits that still need to occur, and coursework in contracts and trust accounts. And their offer is essentially the same, still stipulation for diversion, still the follow-up audits, still the coursework. The changes that they're asking for are a reduction in the fine from the $2,500 to $1,000, and they are asking for limited admissions, focusing on the trust account violation, and I think in part arguing that some of the things that were corrected they didn't want to necessarily make admissions to. So again, I'll do my best to answer your questions.
The accounts still aren't fiduciary, correct?
At the time of this audit, that issue, I believe, had not been corrected.
Okay.
And there are subsequent audits still on the books. So you will get yet another look at this individual.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So I guess I'd like to give authority to Penny again to settle this. I'm not sure that we want to go with the limited admissions, especially since we still don't have fiduciary accounts, but that we would accept the other items, but not the limited admissions.
Let me look here real quick to see if I can confirm, and I don't know if the auditor is on this call. Forgive me. Let's see, for the trust accounts, it's the second to last page of the report. So it does appear that at the time of this audit that particular issue was still not corrected.
Yeah. So because of that, that's why I would say we don't want to do limited admissions because we still are having issues. Anybody else?
Although I believe, let me pull up the attorney letter. I believe that's the issue that they're willing to admit to. They're willing to make an admission to 1210-217-1M, which means there was a violation of some rule or regulation of the commission, and the rule that they're citing is 5.2, which is the trust and escrow accounts. So they are willing to make an admission to the issue that is ongoing and that will be looked at again and hopefully become in compliance with this next follow-up audit.
Okay.
So one thought is that it is a reasonable counter offer in that it keeps us moving forward towards compliance rather than spending time arguing about this. They are willing to do the coursework. This will get them doing that quicker. Of course, they already agreed to the follow-up audits. Those are already on the books. We will make those happen. If there are additional violations or continue to be in non-compliance, it will come back to you again, and you'll have an opportunity to decide again what is an appropriate action. But in some ways, this sort of keeps things moving along.
Okay, well then I would vote for approving the counteroffer.
I agree with that.
All right, first and second, do we have any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, so the last matter is complaint number 2024-1367. In addition, it is the same, another case,
A
2023-2000, which was agenda item A today. And it's the same conduct. So this is basically a limited service model here in Colorado that is not compliant with the rules and regulations that we have here. At your previous meeting, you voted for a stipulation and final agency order, a fine of $4,000, coursework in brokerage relationships and contracts, and probation with a downgrade and a 2-year of high level of supervision. And so this individual was immediately responsive with me and said that they recognize and acknowledge that their business model is not neatly fitting into the license law structure in Colorado. And he is, and I supplied a little spreadsheet for you as well. He had a few remaining clients here in Colorado, and he has terminated those contracts and refunded the fees to them, and so has ceased all business here in Colorado. And he is proposing that he be allowed to sort of relinquish his license, which would allow him to reapply in the future, stay the coursework, and it would be due upon a reapplication, stay the downgrade and supervision, and again, those terms would come into play if he ever did decide to operate and reapply in Colorado. And he is asking that, given that he's made these refunds to the Colorado clients, that you waive the fine and just accept that he's closing down shop in Colorado, and in the event he comes back, he will have a compliant business model for our license law. And our hope would be, given that the conduct is, the same, there are two cases dealing with limited service and entry only into the MLS, that we could propose a settlement to roll both of these cases in. We would include them both on a stipulation so that they're memorialized and resolved.
That sounds great.
The only, I did have some, maybe a concern, I would say, about this one. The only concern I had is, there were some obvious, a lot of violations and lack of understanding really of how we, license law in Colorado. And the only concern I had, and maybe you can answer this question, Penny, but I think you said, so if he were to reactivate the license in Colorado, would that individual still have to pay the fine and all of the other elements of this, or they would just enter back into the industry with a clean slate?
So what they're proposing is not an inactivation. They're actually proposing relinquishing their license. And so
right, if they reactivate, I'm saying.
With the relinquishment, the license goes away and their test results from getting the license are only good for a year. So they would have to sort of reapply, retake the exams. So it's not a reactivation, it's a little more involved. So it is a reapplication for the license. And the agreement would say that this additional coursework, this additional supervision, and the fact that he would have to come back as, a broker associate, because it would be a downgrade. So he would be starting all over anew with supervision in Colorado. He's not asking to stay the fine. He's asking to have it waived, to have no fine, given that he's sort of closing up shop, refunded, and moving on. I don't know that he has any intent ever of coming back to Colorado. It's just sometimes forever's a long time, and I just don't know. Did I answer your questions, or did I miss a piece?
So Erica, are you wanting to stay the fine as well?
I wonder if she's having technical difficulty because she went away.
Okay.
Yeah, I just saw her go away too, and maybe.
So Penny, do you think he, if we added to stay the fine, would that go over or not?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think that that's still a good concession. Now, this complaint had a $4,000 fine. I believe the recommendation for the complaint that is currently on your agenda today had the same recommendation. And so I think that there might be a difficult time getting him to agree to an $8,000 fine. But if you wanted some portion of that fine to be due upon reapplication, that's the direction you can give me, and I can see what I can do.
Well, what if we just stayed a total of $4,000 fine?
I would be happy to take that back to him and see if that would get it done.
And I apologize, my internet shut down, so I lost about probably a minute and a half or maybe a minute of this conversation. But it sounds like where I was going was brought up, that it's a way, to me, the way I viewed this, it was a way for that individual to avoid fines. And I don't know if that is what came up in the conversation.
Yeah, we would stay the fine and then he wouldn't have to pay it unless he reapplied. Is that what you were wanting?
Something along those lines, absolutely, because I just think it would be too easy to avoid that fine, not inactivate, but relinquish your license. You don't have a fine, couple years, a year from now, couple years, get back in, and you've avoided that fine. Does that make sense?
Okay, so
I think the fine needs to be in place.
So how about if we approve the counter and we add back staying the $4,000 fine, and that would be the total for both cases rather than 8. We'd do the 4. And then we give Penny authority to negotiate.
That works for me.
That sounds good to me.
Okay, so let me just make sure I captured that is we would accept a settlement resolution that would incorporate the complaint that's on your agenda today, as well as this previous one. We would allow them to relinquish their license. And we would stay the coursework, the downgrade and the supervision, and a $4,000 fine. And those would be due only in the event that they reapply for an active license here in Colorado.
Right.
Yes.
All right. So Renee, you made the motion. And then, I'm sorry, Erica, did you second that?
I did not, but I can because I think that's when my internet went away. But I will second that.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. That is all I have for you today.
All right. Thank you, Penny. All right. So we have Attorney General matters, which we need to go into executive session. So this is this is Commissioner Chair Michelle Espinoza. This is a Colorado Real Estate Commission meeting being conducted on February 4th, 2025. The time is now 2:21 p.m. I move that commission enter into executive session pursuant to Colorado Revised Statute Section 24-6-402-3A2 for the following purpose. To confer with counsel to receive legal advice on specific legal questions regarding the following meeting agendas. To receive legal advice on recently enacted statutory requirements for assessing applications that disclose criminal convictions. To receive legal advice regarding counteroffers submitted in Attorney General Matter A, complaints 2023-2504 and 2023-2505. To receive legal advice regarding Attorney Matter B, complaint 2023-2541. And legal advice in complaint number 2023-2460. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. There are 5 votes in favor of executive session. We will now enter executive session. Please make sure that you are muted and your video is off from this platform. Looks like we are all back. Is there an order, staff, if we need to do matter H first before we do the Attorney General matters, or does it matter?
It's completely up to you with how you would like to handle it.
Okay, let's do the easier ones first. Let's do the AG matters. So if we could get a motion in matter A.
I motion to accept the new guidance and proceed with the new recommendations.
Right, do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right. Attorney General matter B.
I motion to accept the new guidance and proceed with the new recommendation.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, and we are going to come back to matter H, complaint number 2023-2460. So I guess the question on the table for commissioners is to decide whether to accept this, modify it. I think we've all kind of been stuck on the fact if this is actually money belonging to others, the commingling, converting, diverting, and commingling funds. So any wants to open the discussion or make a motion?
Well, I'll open the discussion. Based on what I am seeing here, until there is another way for us to be doing this, and in this particular case, I don't think that it was done incorrectly on that. I think that it was the seller's money. I don't think that it was handled inappropriately in that manner. But I'm open to continued discussion on this.
What are your thoughts of a letter of concern?
Or do you want to change the disciplinary action? Right now, the disciplinary action is FAO, horsework and trust accounts, and a fine of $5,000.
I don't think it needed to be in a trust account. It was in the land title trust account, and it was released to the seller, non-refundable.
And I'm in
So
agreement
it
with
did
that.
not need to go into a trust account outside of the land title one once it was released to that seller and non-refundable.
So what is your recommendation for discipline? Anything?
I don't think that this should be disciplined in the manner that, well, I don't think it should be disciplined. I would dismiss.
Alternatively, I do agree with that it's just very difficult to say with certainty that this was other people's money. I really think that they, did things the right way, just as Commissioner Doyle mentioned. But alternatively, I think the letter of concern would be appropriate because there is a gray area here. And I do believe that there is a better way maybe to proceed with the transaction. And so I think that a letter of concern would be a good alternative to the current discipline.
And to just to confirm with staff, we can do a dismissal with a letter of concern. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, that is correct. Okay.
Commissioners, if I may also bring to your attention violation of Rule 5.3, and that is accounts in the name of the brokerage firm or broker. I think that is separate to the question of money belonging to others. So if you want to look into and provide an opinion on that specific violation.
What was the account under? I don't even remember now. Do we know?
Yes, if I can interject, the account was under his business company's name. It was an operating account, a business operating account.
Okay, that's what I thought. So what would be, just for clarity, if the account was in the name of his business, the same, I'm guessing, you know, the same company that this transaction was under, then is it a violation of 5.3? If it was in the business name?
So your question is because it's not brokerage specific money, it's going to builder. Does it have to be in a brokerage firm or broker account, right? Is that what I'm okay. So if we're not saying that they're in violation of commingling the funds, why would it have to be in the name of the brokerage firm or broker instead of his business account? Because those funds were for other purposes other than brokerage services. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, that's my question. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so it's can someone Charles
Well, if we're saying that it's not commingling, then it could be okay to go into a business operating account and it wouldn't have to be in the brokerage name.
correct. So we couldn't look at just 5.3 as a violation because if we're not doing the other ones, then it's a moot point.
Right.
That's my question. Yes, that's what it appears to be to me.
Charles, were we concerned that his brokerage just didn't have an account set up? I thought that was a concern, no?
Were you addressing that to me? I'm sorry.
Were we concerned that his account, he didn't have a brokerage account in the name of a brokerage?
It's a concern if the money is deemed to be money belonging to others. If it's not deemed to be money belonging to others, then a trust account isn't required. Nor does it have to be in the name of the brokerage.
Okay. So yeah, that would be a moot point if we're saying that is not money belonging to others.
And we're not totally clear. This is a gray area, and we've had lots and lots and lots of discussion on this, and we can't come to a unilateral decision on it. So based on that, you guys are saying we should just do the letter of concern, and the other two, the Rule 5.11 and 5.3 don't apply then. Is that correct?
Right. They wouldn't apply if it's not money belonging to others.
No.
And I don't see this as being money belong to others based on the agreements that they had that this was non-refundable and so.
But that's so long as they've made the commitment of completing the home with the money that the buyer provided. And I understand that there was profit in there. So that's where it gets really fuzzy. Because what if they ran out of money and didn't have enough money to complete the home? And that's a hypothetical, I know, but it warrants the conversation, I think.
Well, but that actually happened because they didn't pay the contractors. And so now there's a lien. So that did happen. But okay, so if that's going to civil, that part's going to civil.
So we could just put it over there and put a pin in it and somebody
I
else's
guess.
problem and then
Yeah, because we can't do anything about that one.
we
But-
Yeah,
can't.
I think it definitely is a civil situation for certain. And we can't really dictate just based on the information that we received to what level it was completed or not, you know what I mean? So,
So do we want to move with what did you call it, Erica? I'm so sorry. My brain's
Letter
like
of
fried.
concern.
letter of concern.
Thank you.
Yeah, just because of that, it's a gray area, but because it's so gray and this discussion is happening, I do think we need to, highlight that maybe they need to look at.
Well, this could be, setting precedent for future
Absolutely.
issues and consideration.
I can support that, Erica. Thank you.
All right, so who wants to make a motion?
Okay, I motion to, so I guess I motion that,
It would be a dismissal with a letter of concern.
thank you. So I motion that we dismiss this with a letter of concern.
Okay, we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. All right, folks, that was a rough one. Thank you so much, everybody. Marcia, unless you had anything else, I believe we are done.
I don't have anything else for you guys.
All right. Thank you, everybody. We will see you on April 1st.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, commissioners.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.